Welcome to Sweet Dream Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by George Manville Fenn, Young Robin Hood. Chapter 1: The Forest Boy. Long, long ago, when kings and castles filled the land, there was a forest so wide and deep that even sunlight had to peek between the branches to find its way through. This was Sherwood Forest, where the leaves whispered secrets to the wind and animals danced quietly in the underbrush. In this magical green world lived a boy named Robin. Robin wasn't a prince or a knight. He didn't wear armor or live in a castle. He wore soft brown clothes made of wool and leather, and his shoes were stitched by his own father. His hair was the color of chestnuts in the fall, and his eyes sparkled like the dew that clung to the morning leaves. Robin's home was a cozy little cottage nestled at the foot of a great oak tree. The roof was made of moss and twigs, and smoke curled gently from the chimney. Birds would perch on the windowsill and sing to him every morning, and sometimes squirrels would sneak in to nibble crumbs from the floor. Robin loved the forest more than anything. He knew every winding path, every whispering stream, and every hollow tree that made the perfect hiding spot. He would wake up early, just as the sun painted the sky in gold and pink, and run outside with a smile. He chased rabbits, listened to owls, and sometimes sat quietly to feel the breeze on his face. He wasn't afraid of the woods, not even at night when the forest grew dark and still. He believed the forest was alive, not with danger, but with wonder. Robin's father, a kind man with a strong voice, would often say, "The forest is your friend, Robin. If you treat it kindly, it will take care of you." And Robin did. He never broke branches without reason. He never scared animals, and he always thanked the trees when he took wood for the fire. At night, Robin would lie on a bed of soft blankets and listen to his mother's gentle voice as she told him stories, tales of brave heroes, magical forests, and clever boys who did great things with nothing but their hearts and wits. And sometimes, just before he fell asleep, Robin would whisper, "Someday, I'll do something brave too." The forest listened, and so did the stars. Chapter 2: A Home Among the Trees. Robin's home was not like the grand halls of kings or the bustling villages of merchants. His world was nestled quietly beneath the green canopy of Sherwood Forest, where the sun streamed through the leaves like golden lace, and the air always smelled of pine and wildflowers. The cottage where Robin lived was small but full of love. It had just 2 rooms, one where they cooked and ate, and another where they all slept, warm and close under thick woolen blankets. The walls were made of strong timber, and the roof was layered with thatch and moss that kept out the rain. Outside, the stone chimney puffed soft clouds of smoke, as if the cottage itself was sighing happily. Robin's father, Thomas, was a man of the forest. He was quiet, strong, and wise, with hands calloused from working with wood and eyes that could spot a deer from far away. He taught Robin how to walk silently among the trees, how to read the tracks in the mud, and how to respect the rhythm of the wild. But more than anything, he taught Robin to be good, to help others, speak the truth, and be brave even when it was hard. Robin's mother, Eleanor, was gentle and cheerful. She filled their home with warmth and the sweet smell of bread baking over the fire. She sang while she worked, soft songs that drifted through the forest and made the birds pause to listen. At night, she would brush Robin's hair and tell him stories, her voice soft and lilting like a lullaby. They didn't have gold or fancy clothes, but they had something better: peace. Each day was a quiet adventure. Robin would help his father gather firewood, careful not to disturb sleeping animals. He would help his mother pick berries and wild herbs, and carry buckets of cool water from the stream that sparkled in the sunlight. Every task felt important, and every part of the forest felt like home. Sometimes, other forest folk would come by, kind travelers, other families who lived hidden among the trees, or wandering minstrels with songs to share. Robin loved those days. He would sit near the fire and listen wide-eyed as tales of far-off lands and noble quests danced through the air. But not every story had a happy ending. Whispers began to drift through the trees. Stories of the sheriff, a greedy man who wanted to chop down the forest and take the land for himself. He did not care for the birds or the trees or the people who lived quietly among them. He wanted gold, power, and praise. Robin's father grew quiet when those stories were told. His brows furrowed, and he would look out into the woods for a long time, as if watching for something. Robin didn't understand it all, not yet. But he could feel the forest changing, just a little. The air wasn't quite as light. The birds didn't sing as loudly. Even the trees, it seemed, had started to listen more closely. But still, Robin was not afraid. He had his family. He had his forest. And deep inside his young heart, a seed of courage had already begun to grow. Chapter 3. A Strange Visitor. It was a warm, golden afternoon when the visitor came. The birds had just finished their lunchtime songs, and the forest was settling into a hush of sleepy peace. Robin had been lying on his back in a soft patch of grass, watching the clouds drift lazily across the sky. He imagined them as white-sailed ships, sailing through a sea of blue. That's when he heard the sound, clip-clop, hooves on the narrow path that led to their cottage. Robin sat up quickly. Visitors were rare in this part of the forest, especially ones on horseback. He hurried toward the front of the cottage, where his father was already stepping out with quiet watchfulness in his eyes. Through the trees, a horse appeared, sleek and dark, with a rider dressed in fine green and gold. The man sat tall in his saddle, his cloak swirling behind him like a banner. His boots were polished, and a feather stuck out of his cap. He looked out of place in the quiet forest, like a hawk swooping into a nest of robins. "Good day to you," the man said smoothly, pulling the reins and bringing his horse to a stop. "I bring word from the Sheriff of Nottingham." Robin's mother came to the doorway, her hands still dusted with flour from baking. She looked at the stranger with polite curiosity, though Robin noticed her eyes narrowed just a little. The man cleared his throat and reached into his cloak, pulling out a rolled piece of parchment sealed with red wax. "The sheriff sends a warning," he said. "All those living in Sherwood Forest must pay a new tax. This land," he says, "belongs to the crown, not to common folk. Those who do not pay will be forced to leave, or worse." The wind rustled the leaves above them, but no one spoke right away. Robin felt his heart thump louder in his chest. Pay to live in the forest, but the forest belonged to the trees and to those who respected them. Thomas, Robin's father, took the parchment slowly. His face was calm, but his hands gripped the paper tightly. "This forest is old and wild," he said. "It is no place for greedy men." The rider gave a half smile, not kindly. "The sheriff is not a man who asks twice," he said. "Tell your neighbors. The tax collectors will come soon." He turned his horse without waiting for a reply, and soon the clip-clop of hooves faded into the trees once more, leaving behind only silence and dust. Robin looked up at his father. "What will we do?" Thomas placed a strong hand on his son's shoulder. "We will listen to the forest," he said softly, "and we will do what is right." That night, as the fire crackled and the stars blinked overhead, Robin lay awake beneath his blanket. He thought about the rider's fancy clothes, the sheriff's cold message, and his father's quiet strength. Something inside Robin stirred, a small, determined feeling, like a flame catching in the dark. The forest had always been his home, and he would not let it be taken. Chapter 4. A Brave Decision. The next morning the forest was quiet. Not the happy, peaceful quiet that Robin loved, but a thoughtful, waiting kind of quiet, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. Robin had hardly slept. The rider's message echoed in his head over and over again. The sheriff wanted to take Sherwood Forest. He wanted to make the families who lived there pay for the very earth beneath their feet. Robin couldn't understand how someone could be so unkind, so greedy. He sat on a low branch outside the cottage, swinging his legs and watching a squirrel dart from one tree to another. His father was sharpening tools nearby, and his mother was hanging herbs to dry. Everything looked the same, but it didn't feel the same. How can anyone own the forest? Robin asked aloud, almost without meaning to. His father paused and looked up. "They can't," "Not really," he said. "But men like the sheriff believe gold gives them the right to take what doesn't belong to them." Robin frowned. What if someone stops him? His mother smiled softly, but her eyes were sad. "Many have tried, my darling, but the sheriff has guards and swords. He punishes those who speak out." Robin looked down at his hands. They were small and brown from climbing trees and gathering firewood, but they were strong, and they were his. He didn't have swords or gold, but he had something else: heart, and cleverness, and courage. Maybe, just maybe, that was enough to begin. That evening, while the forest turned pink with sunset and the birds sang their final songs of the day, Robin stood in front of the fire and made a decision. "I want to help," he said, his voice steady even though his heart beat like a drum. "I'm just a boy, but I know this forest better than anyone. I can watch, I can listen, I can find out what the sheriff's men are doing. Maybe I can help protect our home." His father looked at him for a long moment, then slowly he nodded. "You may be young, Robin," he said, "but you are brave. And bravery, when guided by kindness and truth, can do great things." His mother wrapped her arms around him. "Just promise me you'll be careful," she whispered. "I promise," said Robin. Later, as the moon rose high above Sherwood and bathed the leaves in silver, Robin lay in bed, eyes wide open. His heart was full of something new, a quiet fire, burning gently but brightly. The forest was his home. He would protect it, no matter what. Chapter 5. Learning the bow. Not long after Robin made his brave promise to protect the forest, his father took him for a walk deeper into the woods, farther than they usually went. The air grew cooler beneath the tall oaks, and the light danced through the leaves in soft golden spots. They walked in silence until they reached a quiet clearing. There, resting against an old tree stump, was something long and curved, a wooden bow. Robin's eyes lit up. "This was mine when I was a boy," Thomas said, picking it up and handing it gently to Robin. "And now, it's yours." Robin held it carefully in both hands. The wood was smooth and polished from years of use. It felt strong but light, like it belonged in his hands. "But I've never used a bow before," Robin said. His father smiled. "Then it's time you learn." He showed Robin how to stand tall with one foot forward, how to hold the bow with one hand and pull the string back with the other. The string hummed when he drew it, like a musical note waiting to be played. Then Thomas handed him an arrow. "Now breathe slowly. Aim with your eyes, not just your hands. Trust your body and trust the forest to guide you." Robin took a deep breath. The tip of the arrow pointed at a small tree stump across the clearing. He pulled the string tight, snap, and let go. Thwip! The arrow flew through the air and stuck into the ground just beside the stump. Robin's eyes went wide. "Did you see that?" he gasped. "I did," said his father. "That was a fine first shot." So they practiced every day. Robin learned to aim at apples resting on rocks and leaves swaying in the breeze. He missed more than he hit, but he never gave up. His arms grew stronger and his eyes grew sharper. He learned how to listen for the faintest sounds: a deer's soft footfall, a fox's breath, the flap of a raven's wings. He learned how to move without a sound, to blend into the forest as if he were part of it. But more than anything, Robin learned patience. The bow was not a toy, it was a tool to protect, not harm. His father reminded him often, "Never shoot in anger, Robin. Your arrow must always follow your heart." Robin took those words to heart. He would never use the bow to hurt without reason, but he would use it to guard the forest, to watch over the animals, and if needed, to stand up to those who tried to take what did not belong to them. One morning, as the mist curled around the trees and the dew sparkled on the grass, Robin hit the center of a wooden target for the first time. His father clapped him on the back. "You're becoming a fine archer, son." Robin beamed with pride. And though he was still just a boy, deep down, he knew this was only the beginning of his adventure. The bow would become his companion, and Sherwood, his kingdom. Chapter 6. Meeting Little John. One bright spring morning, with birds singing sweet songs overhead and the air smelling of blooming bluebells, Robin set out alone on one of his quiet walks through Sherwood. He carried his bow over his shoulder, and a small pouch of bread in his satchel. The forest was waking up from winter, and everything felt alive, buzzing, fluttering, whispering. He followed a bubbling stream, hopping over smooth stones, until he reached a tall wooden bridge that stretched across the water. It was narrow, so narrow that only one person could cross at a time. Robin was just about to step onto the bridge when he saw someone else stepping on from the other side. The figure was big. Very big. He was taller than any grown man Robin had ever seen, with broad shoulders and hands like dinner plates. His hair was a bit wild, and he wore a thick tunic that looked patched and travel-worn. He carried a long walking stick, really more like a tree branch, and he strode forward with a cheerful bounce. Robin stopped at the edge of the bridge. The tall stranger did too. They stared at each other across the narrow planks. Robin raised a polite hand. "Good morning to you," the big boy grinned. "And a good morning to you too. I was just about to cross." "So was I," Robin said, trying not to sound small. They both looked at the bridge again. "Well," the big boy said, "seems like only one of us can cross at a time." Robin nodded. "Seems so." They stood in silence for a moment. Then the big boy smiled wider. "How about a friendly game? We each take a stick, and whoever knocks the other off the bridge gets to cross first." Robin blinked. "Not with swords." The boy laughed. "Heavens, no. Just for fun. I don't want to hurt you. Besides," he added, with a mischievous glint, "I've never been knocked down. Not once." Robin couldn't help but smile. "All right then, let's see what happens." They each picked up a long stick and stepped carefully onto the bridge. The stream babbled below, and birds chirped in the branches above, as if they had gathered to watch. Robin dodged and swung. The big boy blocked and twirled. They laughed and balanced and spun in circles, neither of them angry, just playing, testing each other's strength. At last, Robin slipped on a damp plank and landed with a splash into the cool water below. The big boy leaned over the edge, chuckling. "Are you all right?" Robin burst out laughing, soaked but smiling. "I am. That was fun." The big boy reached down a huge hand and helped pull him back onto the bank. "You're quick," he said. "Most people just fall over right away." "You're strong," Robin replied. "Like a walking oak tree." The big boy grinned again. "My name's John, but everyone calls me Little John, as a joke." Robin laughed. "Well, Little John, I'm Robin, Robin Hood." They shook hands properly this time, and from that moment on they were the best of friends. They spent the rest of the afternoon talking, laughing, and sharing bread beneath the trees. Robin told John about the sheriff and his greedy plans. John listened carefully, then thumped his stick into the ground. "Well," he said, "if you're planning to protect this forest, you won't be doing it alone." Robin smiled. "I was hoping you'd say that." And so, under the wide sky and the rustling leaves, the two boys sat side by side, already dreaming of the adventures they'd share and the good they'd do together. The forest had brought them together, and the forest had never been stronger. Chapter 7: The Band of Friends. After that cheerful day on the bridge, Robin and Little John were hardly ever apart. They explored every hidden path, climbed the tallest trees, and discovered secret nooks in Sherwood that no one else knew. They raced through the meadows and laughed beneath the stars, their friendship growing like roots deep in the earth. But Robin knew it would take more than two boys to keep the forest safe. One morning, while dew still clung to the grass and the sun was just yawning over the treetops, Robin had an idea. "What if there are others like us?" he said to Little John as they sat beneath their favorite oak tree, sharing apples and talking of adventures. "Kind-hearted people who want to help, who don't like what the sheriff is doing either." John nodded, chewing thoughtfully. "There are good folk all through these woods. We just have to find them." So that's exactly what they did. They listened for stories, watched for helpers, and shared whispers with travelers who passed through Sherwood. Slowly but surely they began to meet them. Children, teens, and even grown-ups, each with a brave heart and a love for the forest. There was Will, who could move as swiftly as a deer and climb a tree without a sound. He wore green from head to toe and always carried a little flute in his pocket. Then came Alice, a clever girl with bright eyes and nimble fingers. She could tie knots no one could undo, and she made traps that didn't hurt animals, just helped gather food. Tom and Bess, twins who never stopped giggling, joined next. They were small, but quick and full of ideas. They knew every rabbit hole and hiding spot near the forest's edge. And finally, there was Much, the miller's son, who had strong arms from turning the great wheel and a gentle heart that couldn't bear to see anyone go hungry. Together, they called themselves Robin's Merry Band, not because they were always laughing, though they often were, but because their joy came from helping others. It made their hearts light, even when the world grew heavy. They made a small camp deep in the forest, hidden beneath leaves and brambles. It had rope ladders, lookout posts, and a warm fire circle where they shared food and stories each night. They helped one another learn new skills. Robin taught archery, Alice showed them how to set traps safely, and Little John practiced stick fighting with anyone brave enough to challenge him. They took turns keeping watch, not out of fear but to protect the peace of the woods, and those who called it home, and word began to spread, soft and quiet like the wind through the trees. A whisper. Really, that deep in Sherwood, there was a group of forest friends, kind and clever, who helped the poor, shared what they had, and stood up for what was right. Robin didn't want to be famous. He didn't want praise. He only wanted to do what he had promised, to keep the forest safe and to help those in need. And now, with his merry band beside him, he knew something for certain. He was no longer alone. Chapter 8. The First Good Deed. It was a quiet afternoon in Sherwood Forest. The sky was soft and blue, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves like a lullaby. Robin and his merry band were resting in their camp, lying in the mossy shade after a morning of practice and play. Suddenly, they heard a sound clip-clop, and then a soft sobbing. Robin stood up quickly. "Someone's coming," he whispered. The others nodded. Will slipped up into a tree. Alice crouched in the ferns. Robin and Little John stayed by the path, calm but alert. Out from between the trees came a hunched figure, a poor old man, leading a thin cow by a frayed rope. His cloak was torn, and his shoes were patched with leaves. His eyes were red from crying. Robin stepped forward gently. "Good day, sir," he said kindly. "Do you need help?" The man looked up, startled, and wiped his eyes. "Oh, young master, I don't mean to trouble anyone," he said. "It's just this cow is all I have. The sheriff's men took my cart, my coins, and my grain. Now they say they'll take her too, because I cannot pay the new tax." Robin's heart sank. The cow blinked at him with soft eyes and let out a quiet moo, as if she too was tired of all the trouble. The rest of the merry band gathered around. Alice knelt by the cow and gently rubbed her nose. "She's lovely," she said. Little John clenched his fists. "This isn't right," he muttered. "He needs her. She gives milk. That's food." Robin thought carefully, then he smiled. "We're going to help." They whispered together, quickly and quietly. Much ran to the nearby stream. Will climbed a tree and gave a special bird call. Alice dug into her pouch for twine and pebbles. Tom and Bess vanished into the underbrush. The poor man blinked in confusion. "What's happening?" Robin grinned. "Just trust us." Later that afternoon, as the sheriff's taxmen came stomping down the path looking for the cow, they were in for quite a surprise. The trail was full of strange noises. Rattles, snaps, whistles. Ropes had been tied low between trees. One of the taxmen tripped and tumbled into a patch of sticky mud. Another sat down suddenly when a hidden net tangled around his legs. Squirrels chattered from the branches. A bird swooped overhead and stole his hat. By the time they made it out of the forest, the taxmen were soggy, sore, and very confused. They never even saw Robin or his friends. The poor man and his cow, meanwhile, were safe and sound, sharing warm bread by the campfire. "I don't know how to thank you," the man said, smiling through his tears. "You just did," said Robin, offering him another slice of bread. "We're glad to help." That night, the stars twinkled brighter above Sherwood, as if the sky itself had seen the good they had done. The merry band sat in a circle, full of pride. Not the loud, boastful kind, but the quiet, glowing kind that settles deep in your chest when you've helped someone who truly needed it. And as Robin lay back on the soft grass and looked up through the trees, he whispered, "That was our first good deed." Little John, beside him, smiled. The first of many. Chapter 9. A Mean Man's Plan. Far beyond the trees of Sherwood Forest, in a cold stone hall with heavy curtains and silver plates, the Sheriff of Nottingham sat in a large velvet chair, frowning. He was not used to being told no. He was a man who liked coins in neat piles, and people doing exactly what he said. He wore shiny boots that never touched mud, and rings on his fingers that sparkled in the firelight. But his heart was not kind. It was hard and sharp, like the tip of a rusty sword. This morning, a group of grumpy, muddy soldiers stood before him, their clothes torn and their pride bruised. "There were ropes in the trees, sir," one mumbled. "And a very bold squirrel, and a net," another cried. "I was nearly caught like a fish." "A squirrel?" the sheriff snapped, slamming his fist on the table. "Don't speak to me of rodents." The soldiers shrank back. The sheriff's eyes narrowed into mean little slits. "I sent you to collect a cow," he growled, "not come back with stories of falling in puddles." "But sir," the tallest soldier began, "there's talk in the villages about a boy with a bow and a band of forest friends. They say he helps the poor and tricks your taxmen." The sheriff's face turned red like an overripe tomato. "Robin Hood," he hissed. "So the stories are true." He stood up slowly, brushing crumbs from his cloak. "Well, if he wants to play games in the forest, let's see how long he laughs when I send more men. Smarter men, with dogs and chains." The guards looked at one another nervously. They had heard of Sherwood's trees twisting paths like a maze, of how the forest seemed to protect the boy. But no one dared argue. The sheriff chuckled, though there was no joy in it. "I'll catch him. No boy outwits me for long." Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Robin was sitting high in a tree, gently stringing his bow with a new cord. Alice had woven from nettle fibers. He didn't know the sheriff had just spoken his name. But he felt something in the wind, like a warning. "Something's coming," he said softly, watching the way the leaves shivered. Little John climbed up beside him. "I've heard chatter in the village," he said. "The sheriff's angry. He's sending more men." Robin nodded. "Then we'll be ready." Back at the camp, the merry band gathered, calm but serious. They didn't fear the sheriff, not because he wasn't dangerous, but because they had each other, and that kind of friendship is a powerful thing. They began preparing quietly. They moved their camp a little deeper into the woods. They built lookout posts higher in the trees. Alice taught everyone how to signal without words, using birdsong whistles. Much gathered extra food. Tom and Bess painted leaves with a sticky mixture of berries and sap to confuse tracking dogs. They didn't want to fight. They never wanted to fight. But they would protect their forest, and the good people within it. That night, as stars glimmered above and fireflies blinked between the trees, Robin sat beside the fire deep in thought. "The sheriff may be planning something," he said to the group, "but so are we." Little John leaned back against a tree. "We may be small," he said, "but we're smart, and we know this forest like we know our own hands." Robin smiled, calm and steady. "Then let's make sure the sheriff knows this forest has its guardians." The fire crackled, and the forest listened. Chapter 10. The Forest Tricks. The sheriff kept his word. He sent more soldiers into Sherwood Forest, 10 of them this time, dressed in iron helmets and carrying long spears. They were gruff and loud, stomping through the woods and barking orders at each other. But Sherwood wasn't just any forest. It was Robin Hood's forest. The moment the soldiers stepped beneath the trees, the forest seemed to change. The wind hushed. The leaves rustled softly. The birds fell quiet. Robin and his merry band were already watching, hidden among the branches and behind thick ferns, their eyes sharp and their spirits steady. "They're heading for the western trail," whispered Alice, peering through a hollow log. Robin nodded. "That's where the first surprise waits." Earlier that week, Tom and Bess had carefully laid a path of fake footprints, made with carved wooden shoes tied to sticks. They led the soldiers in a wide circle, through brambles, past a bee's nest, which Bess politely left untouched until the soldiers got too close, and finally back to where they had started, without them ever knowing. "I swear we've seen this tree before," one soldier groaned, rubbing a bee sting on his nose. Another muttered, "This forest is bewitched." While the soldiers wandered in circles, Will climbed silently overhead, tying little bells on strings and dangling them from branches. The soldiers would stop, frown, and turn around every time the faint jingling drifted through the trees. "What was that?" just whined. "No, I heard it again there. But behind that tree." The merry band giggled quietly from their hiding spots. Not cruelly, but in the way children laugh when someone tries to chase shadows or catch moonlight in a jar. Then came Robin's turn. He stepped lightly into the path, not too close, and called out just loud enough to be heard. "You look tired," he said, "and I'm sure you've walked a long way. There's a fresh stream just to your left. Cool water if you're thirsty." Startled, the soldiers turned, but saw only trees. Robin had already slipped away, like a leaf in the wind. "Who said that? Where is he?" They dashed toward the voice, but instead of finding Robin, they found a slippery patch of moss. One soldier landed in a puddle, with a splash so loud it scared a flock of birds into the air. "Enough," their captain shouted. "Back to Nottingham. These woods are cursed." Like at the camp, Robin and his friends were enjoying berry cakes and sweet root tea around their fire. "They never even saw us," said Mutt, shaking his head with a smile. "They don't understand the forest," Alice added, "and the forest doesn't want them here." Robin smiled and stirred the fire gently with a stick. "We didn't hurt anyone," he said, "just turned them around." "Do you think they'll come back?" asked Bess. "Probably," Robin said. "But that's all right. The forest is full of surprises." And so it was, because protecting a place isn't always about fighting. Sometimes it's about being clever, about knowing the land, listening to the wind, and thinking 3 steps ahead. And sometimes it's about knowing when to whisper, when to laugh, and when to disappear like a shadow in the trees. That night, as the fire faded and the moon cast silver light across the treetops, the merry band drifted off to sleep, safe, peaceful, and proud. The sheriff had tried to outsmart the forest, but the forest and its guardians were far smarter still. Chapter 11. A Secret Camp. By now, the forest had become more than just a home for Robin and his merry band. It was their sanctuary, their playground, and their fortress. But they knew they needed a safer place, a secret camp hidden from the sheriff's soldiers and anyone who might mean harm. So one quiet morning, they set off deeper into the woods, past the familiar paths and cheerful clearings, to a place where the trees grew taller and the light dappled the ground in soft gold. "This spot feels protected," said Alice, brushing her hand across the mossy bark of an old ash tree. "Even the birds are quieter here," Will whispered, looking around with wide eyes. Robin stood still for a long moment, listening. The forest whispered its secrets in rustles and creaks, and in that silence he felt something strong, a sense of belonging. "This is it," he said at last. "This will be our home." They got to work right away, each friend using their special gifts. Little John gathered strong branches and dug posts into the earth. Alice tied knots and wove walls of twigs and vines. Will strung up lookout ropes high in the trees, and the twins built hiding spots among the roots. Soon they had built a beautiful little camp that seemed to grow right out of the forest. There were leafy shelters shaped like tents, with mossy beds inside that smelled of pine and earth. There was a fire circle surrounded by stones, with a wooden bench that Much carved into the shape of a fox. They even made a tiny kitchen corner with baskets of berries, nuts, and root vegetables stored in cool, shady places. Above the camp, Will had tied up a system of bells made from old tin cups and shells. If someone walked through the wrong path, the bells would jingle just enough to warn them. "Now we'll always know when someone's coming," he said with a grin. Little John made a watchtower in the fork of a tall tree, with a wooden platform where he could sit and keep watch while munching on apples. And Robin added something very special, a bow rack carved from fallen oak, where everyone could hang their arrows and bows with care and pride. Every evening, they would gather by the fire and tell stories. Tom and Bess made up silly songs. Alice told tales of forest spirits and moonlit foxes, and Robin shared real stories of kind travelers they had helped or animals they had rescued from snares. One night, as they lay under the stars, Much turned to Robin and said, "This place feels magical." Robin smiled. "Because we built it with care, with kindness. That's the best kind of magic." And it was true. Their secret camp wasn't grand or fancy, but it was full of laughter, love, and light. It was tucked so neatly into the folds of the forest that no one could find it, unless they were meant to. The sheriff's men wandered the woods for days, grumbling and confused, never once seeing the little village tucked under the trees. The merry band was safe, and more than that, they had each other. That night, as the fire glowed low and the moon rose high, Robin whispered to the sleeping forest around him, "This is our place, and we'll keep it safe." And from high above, the stars twinkled back in silent agreement. Chapter 12. Maid Marian. It was early spring when Robin first saw her. The air was fresh and cool, and the forest was waking up with colors. Tiny green leaves unfurling, birds chirping songs they'd saved all winter, and little bluebells popping up like stars across the ground. Robin had gone to the edge of Sherwood that morning, near a quiet meadow, where the trees thinned and the sunlight painted the grass in golden light. He was gathering wild garlic for supper when he heard the sound of someone humming. It was a soft, sweet tune like a lullaby, whispered by the breeze. Robin crouched behind a tree, curious, and peeked through the leaves. There, walking gently through the grass with a basket on her arm, was a girl about his age. She wore a long green dress and a cloak with a silver clasp shaped like a leaf. Her hair shimmered in the light, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew. She was talking to a little bird perched on her finger. Robin blinked. The bird chirped and fluttered off. The girl laughed and watched it go. Robin stepped forward slowly. "Hello." The girl turned, not frightened at all. "Hello," she said back, tilting her head. "Are you from the forest?" Robin nodded. "I am. Are you from the village?" She smiled. "I live just beyond it, near the old stone bridge." "My name is Marian." "Robin," he said, returning her smile. They stood for a moment in the meadow, both curious, both calm. "You're the one they whisper about," she said softly. "Robin Hood. The boy with the bow who helps the poor." Robin's cheeks turned pink. "I'm just someone trying to make things right." Marian stepped closer. "Then I want to help." Robin blinked. "You do?" Marian nodded. "I may not have a bow, but I know the ways of herbs, and I can talk to birds better than most. My nurse taught me how to treat wounds and fevers, and I know where the hedgehogs sleep when the weather turns." Robin grinned. "You'd fit in perfectly." So he led her, carefully, to the secret path that twisted and turned beneath the thick trees. They passed through tunnels of green and crossed tiny streams with stepping stones. When they reached the secret camp, the others were already at the fire. Little John looked up and raised an eyebrow. "Who's this?" "This," Robin said proudly, "is Marian." And from the moment she smiled and offered them wild honeycomb from her basket, she became part of the merry band. Marian brought something gentle and wise to their group. She could calm even the grumpiest badger and make a tea that soothed sore feet after long walks. She taught Much how to grow herbs in pots made of bark, and helped Alice mix salves to ease bruises. But she also had spirit. One day, when a grumbling traveler insulted Robin for being just a boy, Marian stood tall, hands on her hips, and said, "Sometimes it takes a boy with a brave heart to do what grown men are too afraid to try." No one questioned Robin after that. That night, as the campfire flickered and owls called softly from the trees, Robin looked around at his friends. Little John sharpening a stick, Alice humming while she mended a bag, Tom and Bess giggling by the fire, Will polishing his arrows, Much handing out apple slices, and Marian braiding grass into tiny crowns. His heart was full. Their family was growing, and with Marian by their side, the forest felt just a little brighter. Chapter 13. Helping the Poor. The seasons turned gently, and as spring blossomed into summer, the trees of Sherwood grew full and green, casting long, cool shadows across the forest floor. By now, many people had heard of Robin Hood and his merry band, not because they were loud or boastful, but because word spread softly and hopefully of the children in the woods who helped those in need. One warm morning, as sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden lace, a quiet knock echoed on the trunk of the oak tree near their camp. It wasn't a real door, of course, but Robin and his friends had made a kind of forest bell, a hollow log with a stone inside. When someone shook it gently, the merry band would come. Robin approached first and found a woman standing there with tired eyes, and a little boy clinging to her skirt. Her clothes were worn thin, and she held a bundle wrapped in cloth. "Please," she said softly, "I've come from the village. We have no bread, and my little one is sick. The sheriff's men took our coin, and we have nothing left." Robin gave her a kind smile. "You came to the right place." Marian stepped forward and knelt beside the little boy, feeling his forehead gently. "He just needs rest, warmth, and a bit of honey," she said kindly. "We can help." Alice fetched blankets. Much brought soft bread and warm broth. Bess and Tom played a quiet game with the little boy to make him smile again. Robin led the woman and her child to a shady spot beneath the trees, where a hammock of woven vines swayed gently between branches. "You're safe here," he said. "Stay as long as you need." That was just the first visitor that day. By evening, they had helped an old man fix a broken cart, shared food with a group of traveling musicians who had lost their way, and even returned a lost sheep to a frightened girl from the edge of the moor. The merry band never asked for thanks. They didn't want reward. They only wanted to share what they had: a warm fire, fresh food, listening ears, and a place where no one was afraid. They had no riches, no gold, but they had clever hands, strong hearts, and the magic of friendship, and they used those gifts freely. One night, as the stars blinked sleepily above and the forest glowed in the quiet of a summer evening, Robin sat by the fire, gazing into the flames. "Do you think it's enough?" he asked softly. Marian looked up from where she was drying herbs. "Enough for what?" "To make a difference," Marian smiled. "Every time we give someone hope, even a little, it's more than enough." Robin nodded slowly. He thought about the hungry children they'd fed, the worried mothers they'd comforted, and the lost travelers they'd guided home. He wasn't a knight in shining armor. He was something better. He was a boy with a bow, a heart full of kindness, and a forest full of friends who believed in doing good. And every day, that was more than enough. Chapter 14. The Golden Arrow Contest. One morning, as sunlight dripped like honey through the trees, Will came running into the camp, out of breath and waving a crumpled parchment. "Look at this," he shouted, a wide grin on his face. From the village square, everyone gathered around as he unrolled the notice. The paper was rough, and the letters were big and bold. A contest of skill. The Sheriff of Nottingham invites all archers to compete in the grandest event of the season. The prize, a golden arrow. The best archer in the land shall be rewarded and honored before the crowd. Little John snorted. More like rewarded than captured. Robin studied the parchment quietly. "It's a trap," he said. "The sheriff hopes I'll show up, and he'll try to catch me. But what if we trick him instead?" Marian asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Robin raised an eyebrow. "Go on." So they began to plan. Marian found him a tunic in dusty grey, one that made him look like a quiet traveller. Alice darkened his hair with walnut dye and gave him an old hat, with a feather so droopy it tickled his ear. "You look like a goose farmer," said Bess, giggling. "Perfect," Robin replied with a grin. The next day he walked calmly into Nottingham town, blending in with the crowd. Stalls bustled with food and cloth, children weaved between legs, and at the center of it all stood a grand wooden stage with targets lined in a row. Soldiers watched from the corners. The sheriff sat on a raised chair beneath a velvet canopy, his shiny boots crossed and his eyes scanning the archers. Robin stepped forward, bow in hand, and gave his name as Tom of the Trees. He was careful. His first shots were good, but not perfect. Just enough to pass quietly through the early rounds. But in the final round, it was only him and one other archer. The crowd leaned in. The target was farther than before. The sheriff's lips curled into a grin, thinking he had his fox in a trap. Robin pulled the string back slowly. He thought of Sherwood. He thought of the poor families, of the forest breeze, of Marion's smile. Thwip! The arrow flew. It struck the very center of the target, with a snap, so clean, even the wind seemed to pause. The crowd gasped. The sheriff stood up, furious. That's him. That's Robin Hood. But Robin was already gone. Before the soldiers could move, smoke puffed from beneath the judge's table, courtesy of Bess and Tom, who had snuck in early with a pouch of forest herbs. Confused shouts rose as everyone scrambled, and Robin darted through the crowd like a wisp of wind, disappearing into the alleyways. He didn't stop running until he reached the tree line of Sherwood. There, in the shade, the merry band waited with wide eyes and open arms. "You did it!" "Much!" cried. Robin reached into his satchel and pulled out the prize, a golden arrow shining in the sunlight. He looked at it for a long moment. Then he smiled and turned to a small girl with dusty cheeks who stood shyly behind Marion. "What's your name?" he asked. "Annie," she whispered. "I've never seen anything so shiny." Robin knelt and placed the golden arrow gently in her hands. "Then it's yours." Her eyes filled with wonder. "Really? Really," said Robin, "because real treasure is meant to be shared." And as the sun dipped low, painting the forest in gold, the merry band laughed and sang beneath the trees, not because they had won a contest, but because they had proven once again that cleverness, kindness, and a little bravery could outshine even the sharpest trap. Chapter 15. Trouble in the Forest. Summer had reached its peak in Sherwood Forest. The air was warm and sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the trees wore thick cloaks of green. Bees hummed lazily. Birds sang lullabies even during the day. But something was wrong. Robin could feel it. One morning, the camp awoke to find Little John missing. At first, they thought he'd gone early to gather firewood or help an elder near the edge of the forest. But when the sun rose high and still he did not return, a silence fell over the merry band like a heavy fog. Robin's heart pounded. He would never leave without a word. Will and Much ran ahead to search the western trail. Alice questioned nearby travelers. Marion knelt by the stream and closed her eyes, listening to the quiet ripples as if they might carry a message. And then, Bess came running back, breathless. "There's a trail. Broken branches, boot prints. They're heading toward the old mill path. And there are 4 sets of prints, not one." Robin's eyes narrowed. They took him. It was the sheriff's men. He'd grown angrier after the golden arrow contest, and now, it seemed, he had sent soldiers into the woods again. Only this time, they hadn't left empty-handed. Robin looked at his friends. "We're getting him back." The rescue plan came together quickly. Alice drew a map in the dirt, and Will climbed the tallest tree to see if there was any smoke near the old road. Marion packed a satchel with salves, cloth, and herbs, just in case. By evening, they had found the clearing where Little John was being held. He sat calmly beneath a tree, his arms tied, guarded by 2 soldiers who looked more tired than alert. A campfire crackled beside them. One soldier dozed while the other chewed loudly on dried meat. Robin and Marion crept closer. Robin whispered, "When I give the signal, Will's owl call, we move." Alice slipped quietly behind the soldiers like a shadow. Bess and Tom readied a small pouch of stinging powder made from crushed nettles and pepper seeds, just enough to cause a sneeze or 2. Not harm, just distraction. Hoo-hoo, the owl call echoed through the trees. Then, a sneeze, a shout, and a sudden burst of light smoke as the powder puffed into the air. The soldiers stumbled, blinking and coughing, and in that moment, Robin dashed forward, knife in hand, and cut the ropes that held Little John. "You took your time," Little John joked, rubbing his wrists. "You're heavier than you look," Robin teased back as he helped him to his feet. The merry band vanished into the trees like wind through the grass. By the time the soldiers recovered, there was no sign of them, just the flicker of leaves and the distant sound of laughter. That night, back at camp, the fire blazed high in celebration. "We'll need to be more careful," Marion said, handing Little John a warm cloth for his hands. Robin nodded. "He's getting bolder. And he knows who we are now. But so do the people," Much said quietly, "and they trust us." Robin looked around at his friends, muddy, tired, scraped up from the chase, and smiled. "No matter what happens," he said, "we stay together." Little John lifted his cup of berry tea. To the forest, to friendship, and to never letting the sheriff win, they all raised their cups. And deep in the heart of Sherwood, where the moonlight danced on the leaves, the merry band laughed, hugged, and held one another close. Because trouble might come and go, but together they were stronger than any trouble could ever be. Chapter 16. Peace at last. The sun was setting, casting warm orange light through the trees, when the news reached Sherwood Forest. A traveling minstrel, with a harp slung over his shoulder and dust on his boots, came into the clearing near Robin's camp and spoke in a quiet, excited voice. "The king is coming to Nottingham. He's heard tales of the sheriff's greed and of a boy in the forest who helps the poor and protects the land." The merry band listened in silence. Even the fire seemed to hush. "The king," whispered Bess. "The real king." "The king himself," the minstrel said, "and he wants to see Sherwood with his own eyes." Robin stood slowly. "Then we must be ready." Over the next few days, the forest was alive with quiet work. Paths were cleared, wildflowers gently gathered, and the camp was tidied, but not too much. Robin didn't want to hide the forest's truth. He wanted the king to see it as it really was, a living, breathing home, not just a place on a map. And when the day finally came, the king rode in on a white horse, surrounded by knights and trumpeters and men in long robes. He looked nothing like the greedy sheriff. He had kind eyes. He dismounted near a clearing where children played and birds flew low in the golden light. And there, in the center of it all, stood Robin Hood. Robin stepped forward and bowed respectfully, his heart thumping. "Your Majesty." The king looked at the boy before him, barefoot, with a bow on his back, and the quiet strength of the forest in his eyes. "So," the king said gently, "you are the one I've heard so much about." Robin said nothing for a moment. Then he spoke, calmly and clearly. "I only did what was right. The people here were suffering. The sheriff took what didn't belong to him, so we gave back what we could. We never meant to cause trouble, only to bring a little hope." The king listened. Then he smiled. "You've done more than bring hope," he said. "You've reminded me what it means to serve, not rule." He turned to his guards. "Let it be known, this forest and all who live within it are under my protection. The sheriff of Nottingham will answer for his greed." The cheers that rose from the trees echoed through every branch and leaf. The forest itself seemed to sigh in relief. The sheriff was removed from his post. That very day, he huffed and puffed and shouted about rules and gold, but no one listened anymore. The people of the village came out laughing and clapping, offering baskets of bread and fruit. Old women hugged Robin. Little children ran up to touch his hand as if he were made of magic. Robin's eyes filled with tears, not because he was proud, but because he was grateful. Grateful for the forest, grateful for his friends, grateful that doing good had finally brought peace. That night, the stars glowed like lanterns above the camp, and the king himself sat by the fire, listening to Will play a soft tune on his flute. The king leaned over to Robin and asked, "Will you keep watching over this forest?" Robin nodded. "Always." And from the way the trees swayed and the fire crackled softly, it seemed the whole forest agreed. Chapter 17. A new forest home. With the sheriff gone, and the forest safe again, a quiet joy settled over Sherwood, like mist in the morning, soft and golden. Robin and his merry band could finally breathe deeply, stretch out in the sunlight, and laugh without worry. The people from the villages near the forest began to visit more often, not with fear or whispers, but with smiles and songs. They brought woven baskets of food, bundles of wool, and even old tools to help the children of the forest build something new. "A school," Marion said one afternoon. sitting beneath a tree with a squirrel on her shoulder. A place where forest children can learn. And a garden, added Much, already planting beans near a patch of wild mint. And a storyteller's corner, said Bess, twirling, where we can read and tell tales around the fire. Robin listened to it all, with a full heart. Together they began to build, not just with wood and stone, but with love. The secret camp slowly became a village of its own. Not a loud place with cobbled streets and chimneys, but a gentle, leafy world where tree houses nestled in branches, hammocks swung between trunks, and moss-covered paths led to cozy dens carved in hillsides. There were swings made from rope, bridges made from vines, and even a lookout post where Tom and Will would call down whenever they spotted deer or foxes passing by. They built a little school, tucked inside the roots of a great oak. Marian taught reading and healing herbs. Much taught cooking and kindness. Alice showed how to tie knots and tell stories with your hands. And Robin taught how to listen to the wind, to the birds, and most of all, to your heart. One day, a little boy named Sam, who had been afraid to speak, stood tall and recited a poem he had written himself. The forest listened, and so did everyone else. Another day, a grandmother from the village brought a basket of honey and whispered, "My husband once worked for the sheriff, but now he tends bees, thanks to your kindness." The merry band, though still young, had grown into something more than protectors. They were guides and healers and teachers, and their home was a haven. Robin would sometimes sit at the top of his favorite tree at dusk, bow across his knees, and watch the sunlight turn the leaves to gold. He didn't dream of castles or riches. He dreamed of this. Children laughing, firelight flickering, and peace blooming where fear once grew. "Do you think it'll last?" Little John asked one evening, lying beside him on a high branch. Robin smiled. "As long as we keep choosing kindness," he said, "I believe it will." And far below, the forest whispered in agreement. Chapter 18. The Forever Adventure. The days grew long and golden in Sherwood Forest, and the world felt quieter, safer, and full of promise. Robin had no crown, no throne, and no treasure, but he had something even greater, a life filled with love, laughter, and a purpose that never faded. Even though the sheriff was gone, and the king had declared peace, Robin never stopped caring for the forest and the people in it. He still rose with the birds each morning, listening to the wind in the branches. He still walked the old paths with little John, helping travelers, feeding hungry families, and teaching young ones to look after one another. Sometimes, new children would find their way to the camp wide-eyed and nervous, clutching nothing but a bundle of clothes or a frightened kitten. And always, Robin would kneel, look them gently in the eyes, and say, "You're safe now. This is your home too." Marian planted flower gardens that stretched like rainbows across the hillsides. Alice carved symbols into the trees to guide those who were lost. Will taught bird songs and climbing. Much cooked stews that filled every hungry belly. Bess and Tom made puppet shows, and little John built swings that creaked with joy under starlight. And Robin, he taught what he had always known, deep down in his heart, that being brave didn't mean being the biggest or the strongest. It meant standing up for what was right, even when it was hard. It meant listening. It meant sharing. It meant believing that small acts of goodness could change the world. Children who once feared the sheriff's boots now ran barefoot through the meadows, laughing and free, and the forest, once heavy with worry, now sang with light. Years passed, but Robin never stopped being Robin Hood. His hair grew longer, his bow aged with him, and his smile deepened with wisdom. But inside he stayed the same brave, kind-hearted boy who had once whispered, "Someday, I'll do something brave." He had, and he still did. Because bravery doesn't end with one great act. It continues, like a river, winding through each new day. And so, Sherwood Forest remained a place of magic, not the kind from spells or wands, but the kind born from kindness, courage, and friendship. And every time a child tells a story of Robin Hood, every time someone helps another, quietly and kindly, that same adventure begins again, and it never truly ends. The end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.